CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SBDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SEDI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SBDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SEDI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
invited guest panelists for their participation, Ms. Silvana Alcos, Patricia Campos-Messen, and Catherine Gamper, and Mr. Raul Munoz. Thank you, all of you, for accepting our invitation to share your experiences and expertise and join us in these deliberations on this topic, climate change and the hydrological cycle, integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into water resource management. I cordially greet the Executive Secretary for Integral Development, Kim Osborne. It's a pleasure to greet you all and welcome you to this meeting, this virtual meeting, where held by the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. I'm told by Ms. Osborne that we have the statutory quorum to begin our work. I asked the Executive Secretariat to read the list of present delegations in alphabetical order. I also request that the Secretariat take note of any delegations that might be connecting as the meeting progresses.
We have Ambassador Bahamas, Barbados, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Guatemala, Haiti, Jamaica, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, República Dominicana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia. Thank you, Ambassador.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. With the statutory quorum, we shall proceed with the items on the agenda for this meeting. I submit for the consideration of the members of this council draft agenda document CD/OD-122/22. Since there's no objections, the draft order of business is hereby approved. Colleagues, special guests, we've all witnessed the devastating aftereffects that have been left by extreme weather phenomena in many of our countries. One of the major causes of this phenomena is the variability of the hydrological cycle, which is getting worse because of climate change, reducing availability of water resources and decreasing water quality, which poses a threat to sustainable development, biodiversity, and the enjoyment of the human rights to drinkable water and sanitation throughout the world. The increased demand for water worldwide has contributed to degradation of important carbon sinks that depend on water. Additionally, climate change mitigation measures such as promotion of biofuel use can further aggravate water scarcity. The growing demand for water for the energy sector, farming sector, industrial sector, and human consumption make it even more difficult to achieve the commitments, to honor the commitments for this precious and limited resource, especially in areas that face water stress. Water is consequently a factor that facilitates and limits the capacity of humankind to mitigate climate change and to adapt to it. Therefore, climate and water resource management in an integrated, sustainable way demands adopting an integrated approach to water resource and climate change management and policies in climate planning nationwide and region-wide, and for complex decision-making towards cross-border cooperation for the mitigation and for adaptation to climate change and the distribution of water resources between the different potential uses of water. To learn in greater detail about the issue posed by climate change and water resource management, we're joined today by representatives of the governments of Uruguay and Costa Rica, who will help us to address integrated approaches for climate change mitigation and adaptation through water resource management. I am pleased to offer the floor now to Ms. Silvana Alcos, the Director of Aquifers and Basins of the National Directorate of Water of the Ministry of the Environment of Uruguay. Madam Director, you have the floor for your presentation. Thank you very much, Ambassador. And through you, I'd like to thank the Organization of American States for this opportunity. And happy World Water Day for each and every delegation. I'm going to share up on the screen now my presentation. If you could help, the organizations can help me change slides. Now, do you want to use the mouse or use the arrows to change to the next one? Can you see it? Yes, but it's not moving down to the next. Now, yes. Now, there. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. In Uruguay, over the last decades, there's been a consolidation of the institutional structure, a new structure that's responsible for integrated management of water resources. DINAGUA, which is under the Environmental Ministry. In this process, DINAGUA, under the law, National Water Policy Law, it regulates the principles established in the Constitution with regard to integrated management of water and the human right to access to potable water and sanitation. In turn, in compliance with the law, we created the National Water Plan and the National Sanitation Law. We've engaged in the following actions. We created the situation and forecast room of DINAGUA to follow up on situations of excessive water by monitoring in real time and modeling that enables us to issue hydrological reports for the Sinai National Emergency System and water stress by following indicators and also which are also reported to Sinai. We created the Unit for Urban Drainage and Flooding to support local governments to manage overflow of rivers and streams and drainage when there's rain. We have maps, risk maps, and this enables municipal authorities to characterize proper soil use. With regard to water deficit situations, for 50 years, based on water being of the public domain and its use is of public interest, we've established a system for consultation of any potential users with regard to small properties and subterranean water. We've created an institutional effort for human consumption and consumption of animals based on availability of surface water. During fire season, we coordinate with Sinai to provide access to water for fire trucks. This is an example of, we have examples of extreme weather phenomena like floods and droughts. With regard to water quality, DINAMA of the ministry engages in control of emissions from treatment plants. We have begun to implement quantity and quality models which establish priorities with regard to authorization of dumping during droughts. We've deepened relationships with countries throughout through the region, such as during droughts or floods in South America and the basin of the Plata River, among others. Dinagua has been a very active actor in planning climate change issues. Uh, for example, CNDs have been put together, and policy is based on these types of measures, and we deal with other sectors. This includes plans for integrated basin management, early warning systems, mapping of flood prone areas. The CND of Uruguay, both for mitigation measures and adaptation measures, has committed both its own resources and other international resources. It expects greater support from the international community, for example, finance through Euroclimate Plus, and for the St. Lucia Basin. We observe the existence of new financing tools associated to climate and environmental commitments. In the budget law of Uruguay, it explicitly says that the government must take into account climate change when defining policies for income and expenditures. Uruguay is evaluating issuing sovereign bonds. In other words, it's evaluating issuing debt from the government to commit funds for mitigation and adaptation. The Minister of Economy and Finance of Uruguay is pushing this forward for a interest rate and conditions for the government multilateral organizations to help us achieve our commitments. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Alcos, for your participation at this meeting, and we're sure that we will continue to have your harness your expertise and support to move our agenda forward. I'd like to offer the floor to Patricia Campos Mesen, the Director of the Division of Climate Change of the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. Madam Director, you have the floor for your presentation at this time. I don't see Ms. Campos connected at this time. I understand that perhaps the delegation of Costa Rica could help us to get her connected. Yes, gladly, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. It's a pleasure to see you chair these. I think this was done through the Secretariat. Perhaps Pablo or Madam Kima can help, who are here with me, can help us to get her connected to the extent possible. In any case, if you allow me, I could give an example of best practices in replacement for her. If necessary. Yes, let's just wait a moment first with the indulgence of the delegations to see if we're able to get Madam Campos Mesen connected first. Yes, I'm standing by for you at this time.
So perhaps we'll have to move on to the next speakers. I'm just being told that she's not able to connect.
Even though the ambassador that she could also share some good
thoughts.
practices.
Okay, fantastic.
So I will. Ambassador of Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Once again, good morning to each and every one of you. Firstly, I want to express our greeting to our Director of Climate Change, Patricia Campos, and on behalf of her, as a member of official of MINAI, we'd like to apologize for the problem with getting her connected. But of course, we'd also like to thank each and every thank you for the agenda today and putting this on. Our delegation, as you know, attaches high importance to climate change adaptation and mitigation, and particularly with regard to the hydrological cycle. We find it very important. So I'd like to make reference to a project that we implemented in Costa Rica, which is called Exploration and Evaluation of Subterranean Water of Costa Rica. This was conducted by the Office of Water of MINAI, of the ministry, together with a geological service of the USGS. This has taken place through different institutions in our country, like the National Meteorological Sewage System, and organizations that are under the Water Management Senada. So this is a project that began in 2015, and the results came about finally in 2020. We've had quite fine results, and I just wanted to share this with you because it was about conducting a survey of all aquifers in the country, and we used satellite imaging of WATEX. This is a technology. It's a remote satellite detection that's used for potential detection of aquifers and to find their geographic location in different areas of the country, all together with information from databases, hydrological databases, and field work. We came up with input and created imaging and maps, high-resolution maps that facilitate the locating of aquifers and their basins throughout the national territory. And you know that our region is very susceptible to climate change. We've seen many droughts, and using this new tool or this study, our authorities can now manage better and plan better, that is, use of water resources throughout national territory. This, in our view, is a very interesting and worthwhile contribution that was conducted together with authorities in the United States, and we hope that this is a project that can be exported to the rest of the region. In this occasion, I want to share with you that this took place because our Office of Foreign Relations has been working over decades to seek visible and concrete solutions for our citizens and our major, and to deal with our major challenges which resulted from droughts that are from climate change. And so we have economic diplomacy, and our efforts at the Ministry of Foreign Relations has made this all possible. But one of the pillars of economic diplomacy is scientific exchange, where we have the Office of the Ministry of Foreign Relations works to find opportunities to share best practices and knowledge in science, technology, and innovation. This is a strategy that we use to boost efforts in transfer of technological best practices, technological knowledge, and I find that it's very worthwhile to use at the OAS because this facilitates academic exchange, and it spreads the among the using the diaspora. It helps to spread knowledge, and as I mentioned, science, technology, and innovation is the field that we engage in coordination throughout the country in all the areas that are in charge, together with private sector. The public sector does this. It's very important for the sustainable development of Costa Rica as a tool to promote access of our country to new technology development, research, and exchange of best practices, and promoting innovation through partnerships with key actors for the transformations that our countries require, particularly for formulating better public policies based on technical information, such as in this case, as I mentioned, technical information for public policies in management of water resources. Madam Chair, this is one of the successful experiences so I wanted to share with you to contribute to the integrated development of our region. We will make efforts to protect the most vulnerable and to bridge the gap to make their lives, we'd like to offer to anyone who would, and to offer opportunities to anyone to realize themselves and to develop. And we'd like to thank all the members, and we'd like to thank the Secretariat, and thank you very much. I'm very grateful to you, Ambassador Alejandra Solano, who took the floor on behalf of Ms. Campos Mecen of Costa Rica, and I thank Director Alcosta of Uruguay for sharing with CD their respective experiences in their country. So now let's begin now the technical panel where Ms. Catherine Camper will take part. She's a representative of the organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and Mr. Raul Munoz, Water Resource Specialist, Water and Sanitation Division, Inter-American Development Bank. And Mr. Pablo Gonzalo will be the moderator whom I give from SETI, who I'll give the floor. Pablo, you have the floor at this time. Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin, before I give the floor to the panelists, I'd like to thank Ambassador Solana because calling the attention to the fact that this is International Water Day, and to raise the profile of something to render invisible something that's been invisible, and to hail the work that the Secretariat of the OAS and the Sustainable Development Department have engaged in to deal with subterranean water and work with surface water as well. Without further ado, the Secretariat would like to introduce first and give the floor to Catherine Gamper, who coordinates a task force for climate change adaptation at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. Catherine, you have the floor.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. May I share my screen as well? I hope that's going to work just as smoothly. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
All good? Excellent. Good morning, everybody, and it's afternoon here in Paris, but the World Water Day is still the International World Water Day. So let me wish everybody that's on our call and meeting today a very good International World Water Day. And I would like to thank the OAS for inviting us today to share a few of the insights from our work on the nexus of both water and climate change to this select panel today. At the OECD, as the moderator kindly introduced, I am leading a task force on climate change adaptation, and we have looked quite a lot into the nexus between climate change and the hydrological cycle, because it is across all our member countries and the partner countries we're working with one of the highest concerns when we are thinking of climate variability and climate extreme events and what that could mean for the countries that we work with. So water is on top of our agenda. Just a very brief introduction, and here I'm trying to switch slides. What we know about climate change and water is that climate change we expect across the board to intensify water-related extreme events. And scientifically speaking, technically speaking, this is by creating a warmer, lower atmosphere, by altering the hydrological cycle, which leads to an increase in evaporation, an increase in evapotranspiration and precipitation, and that in turn changes atmospheric circulation, which leads to many of our countries being wetter and those that are dry being drier. And obviously there's a huge variation in between the two as well. And what we observe in our work is that there's obviously also a number of compounding factors. Amongst them is environmental degradation, which includes loss and degradation of ecosystems and ecosystem services. And obviously the impact of human development, the sealing of soils, the densification of build-up areas, all of that undermine ecosystem functions and just make the impact of climate change a lot worse than it would otherwise be. This results in an increased vulnerability to coastal risks, which includes storms and sea level rise. This in turn leads to the loss of mangroves, which increases vulnerability of coastal communities to climate-related risks. And what we observe in our work and what we've stated in our work is that without any climate change adaptation, coastal flood damage under high-end sea level rise scenarios would amount to roughly 4% of GDP by 2100. So it's quite dramatic in impacts that we need to expect from this type of extreme events. Then on another climate-related risk that we will see increasing is river flooding. And again, there's a nexus between the human impact and the environmental changes. So through disconnecting rivers, reducing floodplains, river flooding is likely to increase. Through growing urban populations and density, river flooding is likely to increase, or the risk, so it means the losses and damages that we need to expect from river flooding is likely to increase. And as my previous two speakers already mentioned, we also need to expect an increased drought risks in a number of regions due to the El Niño phenomenon. We have already seen that risk worsening. Environmental degradation there too, and land use contribute to losses and damages that we need to expect from droughts, as does deforestation. And here an example is obvious from the Amazon region, which could develop a weather cycle of abnormally dry air, which could in turn worsen droughts in North America. And here I'm just giving a few examples that may be relevant for the region that we're concerned with today. Now, the way countries have used to address in the past water-related risks is by way of using a lot of grey infrastructure, such as dikes, dams, seawalls, and so forth. We all know that this is extremely costly, not just to build, but also to maintain over time. When they do fail, they cause a significant ripple effects and cascading effects. So they need to be maintained well, and they need to be maintained up to the level of the protection that we seek, as otherwise they do not only not protect, but they could actually make any impact of a climate extreme event much, much worse. They are relatively long-lasting and hence relatively inflexible to adjust to changing conditions. And we know that climate change has feedback effects and feedback loops that in turn we need to react to in the way we adapt to those effects. This makes grey infrastructure particularly badly adapted to sort of these changing conditions. And large costly grey measures could thereby become what we call stranded assets, so failing completely to deliver the protection that we initially built them for. And hence, what we see across our countries that we work with is an increased recognition that perhaps by working with nature, we could complement grey infrastructure. We could not make it go away, but we could complement it to make it more effective and thereby actually make use of a whole host of co-benefits that I will go into now. What we call nature-based solutions at the OECD, and so does the IUCN, and so does a widely adopted standard that I believe is now under discussion also by the CBD. What we call nature-based solutions are measures that protect, sustainably manage, and restore nature, with the goal of both maintaining and enhancing ecosystem services to address a number of societal challenges. So NBS, in short, is not only what we call measures that help us adapt to climate extreme events, but they can be used a little bit more broadly also in the context of conservation and environmental protection. But what I'm going to talk about today will relate to addressing climate-related variability and extreme events when it comes to water. In that regard, nature-based solution could encompass or could be, for example, wetland restoration and management, revegetation and reforestation of river mouths and riverbeds and shoreline, as well as upstream, and obviously also the protection and restoration of marine ecosystems. And what we've observed is that an estimated 35% of people exposed to coastal flooding globally already benefit from nature and what we call nature-based solutions to be protected from storm surges through things like coral reefs, wetlands, mangroves, and so forth. So all these nature-based solutions, what do they help us with? They help us, for example, to reduce wave heights. They help us stabilize shorelines. They provide buffer zones between the build-up areas and the coastal areas where we see those climate-related hazards unfolding. So they help us both reduce coastal hazards and also reduce coastal stressors, such as land degradation, water pollution, land subsidence, and others. And I will go into these co-benefits shortly. So coastal nature-based solutions, for example, if we look at those more specifically, what we've seen in our work is that mangroves are very, very precious ecosystems that have helped us prevent an estimated, or that have helped protect an estimated 15 million people around the world and annually from being flooded through coastal flooding. Coastal wetland protection in the US is another example, helped prevent over $600 million in direct property damages during Hurricane Sandy. Just to give you another examples in which we estimated retroactively the benefits of such measures. And they do not only provide protection, as I said before, they also provide significant co-benefits. Amongst them are carbon storage and sequestration. As we know, mangroves are one of the key carbon sinks in the ocean and close to the shore that we have nowadays. They contribute to water purification. They contribute to habitat creation for species, as well as to land and water quality improvement. And as we have seen in the example of the US, they have also helped create jobs as part of the US coastal habitat restoration projects, for example. So they have significant economic co-benefits aside from the environmental benefits. And here I'd like to give you a good practice highlight, and this is something that typically comes out as a result of the work that we're doing. And here we took a cross-country study on the use of nature-based solutions. And as part of that, we zoomed in and we identified some of the good practices that we would like other countries to take account of to inspire themselves for their own work. And here is one of our coastal nature-based solutions that has been installed in Wallasey Island in the United Kingdom, which is an area where less than 1/10 of the coast remains wild. So it's a very built-up coast. The sea level rise is expected to not only be a threat to the build-up area, but also the agricultural activities erode the area of these intertidal salt marshes. The nature-based solutions have been installed. They help restore the entire coastal marshland. They help to reuse clay, chalk, gravel for tunneling for new railway connections under London. And as a result, not only climate risks have been mitigated, but biodiversity has increased, carbon has been sequestered to a higher level than before, and on top of the recreation areas have been created. All of these things that I'm talking about, they all sound really, really sort of like no-brainers. Why do countries then not do more about them? Why do we not see them more widely adopted? And this is really something that we observe in our work, is that there's a real blockage to making wider use of nature-based solutions, both as self-standing solutions to tackle water-related climate change, but also as complementary solutions to grey infrastructure that already exists today. And why is that? Through our work, what we found is that there's a relatively low awareness, both among policymakers and technical agencies, of the uses and benefits of nature-based solutions. The perception amongst the people in charge and stakeholders in charge is that they are too expensive and perhaps too technically demanding, also over their lifetime, that there's a lot of maintenance work required for nature-based solutions. And this is a bit the part that we observe to be the most significant, is that there's a low level of evidence on their effectiveness, and hence a low appreciation for those that need to argue for them vis-a-vis grey infrastructure, where the costs and benefits by now have been relatively well established. And this as a consequence, all these shortfalls have led to nature-based solutions often being employed as sort of showcase projects on a one-off basis and not more systematically and at a larger scale. There's a lack of systematic consideration of nature-based solutions as part of the toolkit that, for example, environmental protection agencies can use, that disaster risk reduction agencies can use, civil protection agencies, land use planners can include in their toolkit, and so forth. And there's a lack of mainstreaming of such solutions also across sectors when we look into agriculture, tourism, infrastructure development, forestry, and so forth. So what we did in our work, and I won't unfortunately have the time to go more deeply into that, is we looked into why we assessed to what extent nature-based solutions have been used to address climate-related extreme events to date. And in the cases where we observed, and this is more or less the case across the board, where we observed a relatively low uptake, we investigated why this is the case. And if you look into those two publications that are featured here on my slides, you will get a deeper understanding of the few country case studies that we've conducted, which includes Mexico, but also the United Kingdom. If that is of interest to you, I'd highly recommend you consider consulting these documents or get in touch with me if you have more questions. And here on my last slide, you can see my contact details as well, and a list of the documents that you can consult online. I hope this has been a useful, brief overview of the work that we've been doing that we think is very relevant for this group today. And please don't hesitate to ask any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. If you can keep your video on, so you can engage later on in questions and answers. Before I pass the floor to Raúl Muñoz from the IDB, I think it's important to highlight, perhaps the main message is how nature-based solutions can actually complement, supplement other solutions, and how the climate variability, or the increase in climate variability caused by climate change, is exacerbating and pushing us to actually take into consideration many other things that we haven't done before. You talk about evapotranspiration, and that's the climate component, if you want. But we rarely talk about runoff and changes of runoff that actually are causing also some of the issues. When we talk about hydrological droughts, we forget that hydrological droughts are one cause of droughts. But especially in a region, we have seen an increase of agricultural and economic droughts, caused also for changes in land use and so forth. So I think what I get out of your presentation, and thank you because it was very comprehensive, very clear, is the fact that we can, by using nature-based solutions, we can, on one hand, address pressing issues such as flooding, surf storms in the case of coastal areas, but at the same time, we can actually have byproducts such as reducing the net emissions of carbon dioxide and so forth, and have a better life, all of us as human beings. So thank you very much. With that, I will pass the floor to Raúl Muñoz. Él es especialista principal en recursos hídricos de la División de Agua y Saneamiento.
He is a water specialist at the IDB. Raul, I give you the floor. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Greetings, everyone. I have some slides that I've prepared for everyone here. Let me just get this ready. Can you see it? Yes, hello. Yes, we can see it. All right, at the outset, I would like to thank you for the invitation to the bank, and I will be sharing this as an important issue when it comes to security and development in the region. And we will be looking at the ecosystem as a whole. And I think that this slide gives us the right perspective, and we have been working at the bank as part of our main agenda on this. But to answer the first question, and how is it that we at the bank view strengthening the climate resilience agenda in Latin America, and what sort of innovative steps we have been taking in this planning, particularly considering the nexus and water security. And I imagine that a lot of people here have seen charts similar to this one. But beyond understanding the various interactions with water, I think we need to rely on common sense. And this is because we live in a world in which the next 10 years, according to many different studies, indicate that the population will break the 8 billion threshold, and that is going to lead to a lot of pressure on water systems. We understand that there's going to be more rainfall and also more droughts around the world due to climate change. And this is very important for a region like Latin America and the Caribbean. I will go through the slides very quickly. These are from a study we looked at involving the region and the nexus, and analysis of various scenarios when it comes to climate. And we concluded that these that we have seen with the weather in 2016, 2015, we've seen water crises in several countries, including in Chile. And this is even being seen in regions that were previously considered to be fairly safe when it came to water security. And that is because of the climate change. And so as a result, we see that water insecurity is going to increase in the entire region. And that's not only due to the climate, it's also due to socioeconomics. Obviously, the population is going to grow, and that will lead to growing demand for infrastructure and greater water resources as the supply is decreasing. Now, speaking about some of the questions we were asked in preparing for this event, we've looked at various national agendas for development. and the Paris Agreement, for example, and we looked at what would happen if the demand in all countries and sectors increased in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have commitments that have been set, and we have, for example, this lack of integrated production. We see that the indices are very focused on mitigation in the energy sector. And we have been working on ensuring that our region is more energy efficient, and this is part of the Paris Agreement. But now, if we look at the total water demand by subsector, the Paris agenda in many countries at the overall regional region will have a negative effect on water. However, we will see demand increasing, in fact. If we look at agriculture and soil use, obviously, we will see growing demand, mainly associated with greater production as well as greater use of fuel. We see that technological development has been focused on fuels at the national and international levels, and that will, of course, require greater use of water. This involves greater water intensity affecting the economy. If we look at the GDP for water demand unit, we need to ensure that we are more efficient and that we consider water use in our planning. This also goes for the food production sector, which is closely related to agriculture. There will be greater water demand for unit of agriculture production. And as we stated earlier, the energy sector is considering water efficiency much more, and in the first couple of decades, we will see a drop in the demand for water, but then that demand will start to grow as the population increases. We've also studied Brazil, for example, at the national level. We looked at the water footprint and virtual water NDCs. In the fuel sector, we saw an increase in use of water by 18%. And we also studied looking, for example, at what would happen if we implemented a policy in terms of water stress and soil use. In the case of water, the demand would drop. And in the case of soil use, we would also see less demand. And so there's a close relationship between soil use and water, commodities, and this has a great impact on the global markets, particularly in Latin America. So if we look at what we need to do, we need to promote sectoral integration. We need to incorporate soil use, land use planning, and be more efficient and effective in our use of resources. We also need to revise our climate change adaptation mitigation plans and ensure that they are more effective and efficient in their use of various water resources. We need to look at space integration. We have a lot of challenges in this area, in this region, because 60% of Latin America actually finds itself in a transboundary region. If we look at, for example, the Amazon, that is quite clear. We also need to look at the ecosystem socioeconomic integration when it comes to planning water resources and natural resource uses, and integrate the quality of water as well as energy, food production, and environmental planning. We need to look at how we can support this from the bank we have been working, as I noted, working alongside the OAS and also promoting financing, but also innovation and technical assistance, facilitating intra and interregional dialogue, facilitating access to debates in global fora where we are able to exchange ideas and policies that might be considered in our region. And we are also facilitating economic as well as regional integration for planning and resource uses, including water. That is what I have to share with you, Pablo. Greetings to everyone once again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Raul. I had a question for follow-up, and I think that you actually covered it in your presentation. Your comments on NDCs and how they're focused on mitigation and energy got my attention, but I think that it's very valuable to look at this as a warning, and those of us at the OAS have been working since 1963 on these issues, and in our department we have had several different names and nicknames for what we're doing, but we have always been focused on working with integrated planning for basin use and how we can integrate these sectors and also have a holistic view of basically integrating our efforts to overcome challenges and promote competitive water use, as we also heard from Catherine. Working alongside our colleague Andres Sanchez at the Secretariat, we have seen NDCs as a major opportunities, particularly for emerging economies, in order to reduce emissions while also addressing urgent and pressing problems that might crop up. And one example of this is energy for development, which often is lacking, and we need to reduce the risk of natural disasters. Of course, that requires more resources at the national and regional levels. And so I don't want to take up too much time, but maybe it's worth underscoring the challenge of moving forward in integrating water resources while at the same time being able to leverage these many different agendas and looking at how we can take advantage of this momentum with the urgency of climate change adaptation and mitigation. But we shouldn't lose sight when it comes to mitigating both climate change and disaster risk. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we need to rebuild better, and often when we work on that, we end up listening worse, and that's because we're looking at finance planning for recovery. Often we have a bridge that falls down, but if we had an early alert system and we were able to work with the population, we had the money available to rebuild better, that would be more possible. And so I don't want to talk about this too much because we don't have a whole lot of time, but we need to look at the opportunities provided by NDCs, particularly when it comes to Latin America and the Caribbean, and also note that if we heed your warning, Raul, we need to be careful if we are focused too much on mitigation and energy, and that may lead to tension when it comes to a growing demand for water and other resources. And so now with regard to what Catherine stated with nature-based solutions, I think that you can see that I've got a lot of gray hair here, and I have a lot of long memories of these various attempts we have made to address this from different angles, and we haven't really been able to succeed at that. But without a doubt, And I really like what you said, Raul, when you said that this is not only an issue of climate change, but it's a socioeconomic issue as well. And that is really where it lies in this region, particularly. This is a fundamentally socioeconomic issue. And we can see that we have a lot of urbanization processes underway. People are moving from the countryside to the city, and that is placing a lot of pressure on ecosystems and natural resources. But Chair, I will give you the floor once again. I won't take up any more of your time, and I don't know if the delegations would like to speak to this issue or respond to the panelists, but thank you very much, Catherine and Raul, for your excellent presentations.
Yes, thank you to the invited speakers. Very interesting presentations and the points you raised and also the comments that were raised by our moderator, Pablo Gonzalez. Before I offer the floor to the delegations, as was scheduled, the Secretary Osberg has let me know that Ms. Patricia Campos Mesen, the Director of Climate Change of the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica, is now online. So I would like to ask the indulgence of the delegation so that she can join us and give her presentation at this time. So I give the floor at this time to Director Campos of Costa Rica at this time. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to share this meeting with you today. Thank you for the opportunity you provide me. I don't know if you could give me 5 minutes, just 5 minutes to share a short presentation about how in Costa Rica we have been addressing, with the support of the IDB and the OAS, a project, a regional project that we've worked on with Jamaica and Uruguay, and describe to you all a bit how we have identified barriers to implementation of NDCs and thus be able to try to fill these gaps, or bridge the gaps rather, and to be able to manage properly water resources with all the inputs from the different inputs. If you allow me to share my screen, if you will allow me at this time. Can you let me know if you're seeing the screen? No, we're not yet. We're not seeing your screen, Ms. Campos. To share, what should I do? Where it says share screen, shouldn't I just click on that? Yes, and then you have to select it, and then you have to select the middle window that says okay. Now are you seeing it? No, you have to click where it says share at the lower right of the window. You have to click on share to bring it up. No, unfortunately, we are not seeing it. I wasn't able to do this, but in any case, unfortunately, I can't show it, but you can hear me, right? You hear me, right? Yes, go ahead. We are hearing you. So basically, what I was going to mention to you all is that Costa Rica presented its updated NDC in 2020, so not long ago, and the official document from the country whereby Costa Rica tells the international community what are its climate plans, and with regard to water resources, which is a big part of our plan. So Costa Rica committed to reduce emissions quickly, 2021 to 2030, with following a more ambitious plan for this. And from this, it's this is our, in our NDC, we have particular goals, not only with regard to mitigation, but also adaptation goals we've written into it, because I've listened to all the interesting things you've all mentioned today. We have to strengthen the socioeconomic environmental resiliency to prepare for these effects on climate that climate change will unfortunately will have, and make decisions with regard to criteria of adaptation and tools for financing and planning to adapt public services, productive infrastructure to and these natural based solutions, as was mentioned, to come up with such solutions and then to deal with issues and implement these solutions, obtaining the best results possible. We are very clear that that there's a lot of dissimilarity between countries in Latin America with regard to climate adaptation and mitigation. So we have to have a cross-cutting approach and provide training both vertically and horizontally to be successful. We're trying, and I hope that not this month, but at least at the beginning of next month, we'll be launching our national adaptation plan. And at this time, what we have is a policy in place, and we're going to launch the plan precisely to provide greater support to all these ambitions that we have, not only when it comes to adaptation, but also with regard to mitigation, including overall diversity, because we have to address biodiversity as well, and both conventions have to be taken into account, using resources in a more productive and efficient way. We've also seen difficulties in the sectors actually getting involved, and not only getting involved, but to involve other sectors. And from this point of view, we have work agreements and roadmaps, not only between the Ministry of Environment, but with other institutions which are key to address these issues. We do this under working committees to address these sectoral themes. Another barrier that we identified, another problem, is that 46% of the NDCs don't make reference to eradication of poverty, and that should be an integral part, an important part. It has been raised with NDCs, and so we have to underscore this, and we should be focused on transformation and update the NDC. This is seen in the updating of the NDC of Costa Rica, and to close the gap and to create a competitive advantage. This eradication of poverty, to work together in a competitive way and to continue to lead this global transformation that the world must undergo, both with regard to adaptation and resilience. So Costa Rica understands that there must be a fair transition, and it must be inclusive, and it must be a process that should be found in all investments and plans and policies that come about in the country, that are generated in a particular country. I'm not going to speak further about this, but all I want to say is one of the other actions that we will engage in is the need to incorporate explicitly in this implementation, and this is accompaniment of the NDC, is participation of civil society and that dimension to empower it to be able to achieve our goals, the goals that are established in the NDC. From this point of view, what we do is we hold participatory workshops. We create. We have on our webpage access to this. Public comment periods are always open, and we consider one sector for in climate empowerment. This is a huge sector, and it must be focused on official mechanisms that are that must be nimble and comprehensive, so that all citizens feel empowered in this, to be part of this. As I was saying, to wrap up right now, as I was saying clearly, the water resources are the utmost important, and this is another way that we can to approach our NDC in an integral way. I don't want to say goodbye without thanking the OAS and the IDB for the support they provided to us in addressing and dealing with this project, which I think it bodes very well for the future. And if you all would like at any point, I can send you my presentation via email. And of course, I'm receptive to any questions you may have right now. It was a pleasure to spoken with you all today. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Madam Patricia Campos Mesen, Director of Climate Change Division of the Ministry of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica, for your presentation. And now I would like to give the floor at this time to any delegations that have requested it at this time. First, I had recognized at first the delegation of Brazil. So you have the floor, Brazil. Ciro Leal of Brazil. You are recognized at this time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'd like to thank the presenters, the panel members, invited guests who provided information, very important data about climate and adaptation and mitigation, climate change, and with regard to water resources. The government of Brazil has been paying attention. It's been very responsible in this regard. It's been mentioned. The report on the PCC group was published in February. The report, and it's very clear that climate change is affecting water security, health, and well-being of millions of people. From the historical point of view, South America has contributed very little with emissions, historically speaking. And so the BCC says that there must be greater effort to adapt when there are droughts, which are quite frequent. We have to, and mostly with regard to water security in the region, it's very affected, hit very hard in this regard, in the second PCC as well. And so the temperature is very, very linked to extreme climate events, and it's no paradox that the high use of renewable energy increase our vulnerability to climate change. The IDB presentation showed that very clearly. Recently, the states in the first half of 2022 show a reduction of the Paraná rivers dumping, and this is because the hydroelectric power plants have been producing quite a bit of energy. Brazil is quite strong when it comes to hydroelectric energy generation, clean, renewable energy, but we know there's been negative effects from climate change, but it's troubling because it's fundamental to have low greenhouse gas emission. So a lot of the effects that we suffer come from outside of the region, and so Brazil has been very clear in the fora that we need to make climate change adaptation and mitigation. There must be efforts made, and the developed countries are most responsible for increasing global temperature. Despite efforts for mitigation, it's important to avoid climate change and consequences and its impacts on the region. And drastic measures have to be taken that the countries that are most affected have to be helped in this, and I have to underscore this. And there's information that circulates that aren't necessarily correct in the press, etc., that Brazil expanded its mitigation in COP26. We increased our commitment of 50% by 2030, and this is ambitious goals. Brazil also presented one of the most ambitious proposals in the Paris Accord, and we're committed to mitigation and adaptation goals. We're very committed to ambitious plans for this, and so and sustainable development goal 6. It's a huge challenge for many countries. We're committed to it, those, and which should be addressed in a comprehensive way. Number 6, because water cuts across all areas, it's very important that there must be integration of all these different factors. And so I pose this idea that there has to be the UN has taken an innovation approach and has put water at the center and linked it to environment and so many other things. So I believe that we can report that the recent report that our national Brazilian water agency said that despite all the different challenges, Brazil has made consistent progress in achieving the goals with regard to Sustainable Development Goal number 6. And we have a new sanitation legal framework which is in effect, and in 2022, 2040, we're putting together a plan for climate change measures. I'd also like to underscore that Brazil has acted in a very as a leader when it comes to water resources. We've seen in 2018 we hosted a forum on water resources. The heads of state and ministers of environment, NGO representatives, academia was represented at that meeting in 2018. It was a major event, and it's given a high priority by our government. But Brazil would like to open up to cooperation and exchange of best practices and resiliency and water management, resource management as well. And we'd like to underscore the way we give a high priority to this. So first, that financial and technical cooperation is with regard to water resources. Also, financing, exchange of experiences, exchange of technology and training is the second priority of our government. Is a preference for a regional or bilateral approach and avoiding single across-the-board solutions for such a complex problem. There's no one-size-fits-all way to deal with this. It's very complex, and so there's specific challenges in different countries, in specific countries and regions, that therefore the approach should be appropriate. And the third priority, is we oppose any initiatives that try to securitize water and water resources. And I think this is I think that water security should not be addressed like this. Is that Inter-American Forum, Brazil wants to adopt a language from a development point of view and view this from a security point of view, because we must follow up and address it in this way. Also, the Secretariat, I'd like to suggest to convey after these presentations that we've been listened very closely, and we want to hold dialogue with Brasilia to deal with this issue. And I thank you very much, Chair and everyone, and have a good day. Thank you very much to the representative of Brazil. I offer the floor at this time to Felipe Aravela of Chile. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank you for calling this meeting with all these presentations that I found very interesting. Because of how serious this is, there's urgency with regard to the impacts of climate change in the whole region. The reason why this phenomena has a heavy impact on is the distribution of water and energy, and it affects everything. So Chile, as was mentioned in one of the presentations, for years has been experimenting all these effects of climate change. In the north of the country, we have events, huge, long, protracted drought, and they affect the entire country. Nationwide, we're concerned about this, and this is reflected in the design and implementation of plans and sectoral approaches to deal with the threats from this phenomena with immediate adaptation with regard to the causes of climate change, with mitigation measures to counter the greenhouse gas effect. It's very complex, and it cuts across every area. It should be part of technology and development plans of our country, which requires it being incorporated at all levels of government, and regionally and nationally, with a lot of emphasis on local realities. Chile is a vulnerable socially, economically, and environmentally, and actions in the short term to mitigate and adapt to climate change. It's going to be very difficult for us because we have an outsized impact, and we have to determine what actions to take, particularly in particular sectors that are of highest priority. So we analyze this in terms of extreme events, and we try to predict the probability of these events. But also, even though there's extreme climate may decrease or have decreased throughout the country, the occurrence has rivers flow increased a lot, and these events, however, can cause loss of human life and can affect the quality and quantity of water for the population. There's serious impact on irrigation infrastructure and quality of water, and this can change the chemical makeup of water. Since water resources are cut across all areas, availability is of the utmost important in the sectors that need it, like sanitation, irrigation, hydroelectric dams, industry, mining, and ecosystems, among others, are very dependent on this. An increase in temperature will reduce the capacity to have greater, and also the dates when we get snows and the snow melt to produce water and to have available river flow of water. Another thing that's predictable is the retreat of glaciers. Glaciers provide so much water resource to so many basins, and so this melt and retreat of the glaciers is very important. Madam Chair, that water crisis affects how people and communities live in the different territories of the world, and Chile is no exception. If you remember, we have to work in a coordinated fashion to do this. The lack of potable water in rural areas and these effects on ecosystems that need urgent responses. We need to coordinate with the different sectors, the state, communities, academia, private sector. This crisis is moving us toward an institutionalization of fragmented water management, and in the and there has to be a gender-based approach included as well. Madam Chair, these are just a few of the many concerns that states have to deal with when it comes to climate change and the hydrological cycle. And we hope that meetings like this and the shared experiences will get us closer to adopting approaches for dealing with climate change and water resources. Thank you, Madam. Madam Chair. Thank you, Chile, for your invaluable intervention. I give the floor to Maria Fernanda Cortizo of Panama at this time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The delegation of Panama would like to thank you for the invaluable presentations that have been made by the panelists and the authorities, and would also like to mention that Panama has been part of the global fight against climate change, and it is aware that this not only poses challenges for the agenda, the 2030 agenda, but also for other things in the UN summit, which was in Glasgow recently. There was a clear consensus of all nations that we must step up the efforts to come up with solid plans to move towards implementation, reiterated the need to act now because time is running out. Panama is considered one of the countries with the most water resources. Currently, we believe that it's relative, though, because there's a lot of regional limits and seasonal limits to it all. This scenario has serious conflicts for the competition for water use, which become worse and because of climate change and extreme climate events, particularly droughts and floods, as we have heard today. And so an integrated approach to this is one of the engines for for economic growth, and we must deal with adaptation as well as proper water management in the country. Panama has been committed to have by 2025 a climate change plan about basins and waters, which is with nature-based solutions. And so we prioritize certain bases, and we've increased carbon storage through reforestation, restoration of soils, and conservation of carbon sinks and forests. And so Panama, together with other governmental information organizations, we have several programs and initiatives to deal with mitigation of climate change and to preserve water resources. We're doing several things. First, participation of 24 companies and 4 municipalities. The programs will help we emphasize the actual value of water resources and the use of personal responsibility as a dynamic in the public in general to use. And also, Panama signed a commitment during COP26. Secondly, monitoring and adaptation and includes monitoring water resources. 3, elaboration of complex technical standards and to gather information with regard to water balance and water footprint, among other things. 4, implementation of the mechanism of clean development, a national program of forest restoration in different basins, 2021-2025, a strategy for energy transformation, as well as institutional arrangements of carbon market or carbon trade. So what we have addressed provides opportunities for regional solidarity with regard to climate action to increase. This demands a new reality of COVID-19 has showed us that we need sustainable cooperation that's green and inclusive for each and every one of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rep.
St. Lucia and Nisha Paul.
Thank you very much. St. Lucia is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of St. Lucia would like to thank you for putting this item on the agenda and to also thank the presenters and the panelists. St. Lucia, like other small island developing states, face a myriad of development challenges as a result of the effects of climate change. Our unique characteristics, structural vulnerabilities to natural hazards, and geographical location make us more susceptible to the impact of climate change, which results in major losses and damages endangers livelihood, and threatens the economic gains we have made over the years. Chair, within CARICOM, St. Lucia has lead responsibility for sustainable development, including environment and disaster management and water, under which the issue of climate change is addressed. The National Coordination Mechanism for the 2030 Agenda, with the assistance from the United Nations Development System, was established to successfully implement and monitor the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Chair, the issue of climate change is top priority for the government of St. Lucia, and we remain committed to working with this organization and other international development partners to address this phenomenon, which for us is an existential threat. Chair, climate change also significantly threatens the availability and quality of freshwater resources and the prospects of future economic growth in vulnerable countries like St. Lucia. As the saying goes, water is essential for life and inextricably linked to development. We believe that everyone should have access to water at all times, as this is a vital natural resource necessary for our daily economic activities. Due to changes in temperature and unpredictable rainfall, climate change is impacting the availability of fresh water for our domestic purposes, agriculture, industry, tourism, health, and financial services. Additionally, the seasonal rainfall related to storms and hurricanes also contributes to soil erosion, landslides, and flooding. These negatively impact the development efforts in St. Lucia, and so we believe that securing our country's economic growth and development requires a holistic approach with all relevant stakeholders to implement urgent actions to build climate resilience in the water sector. As such, the government of St. Lucia recently approved the National Adaptation Plan to include a sectoral adaptation strategy and action plan for water for the period 2018 to 2028. The plan contains key priority actions to reduce water-related risk induced by climate change and ensuring sustainable management of water resources and services under climatic conditions. The objectives of the plan are expected to deliver on 4 major outcomes: enhance enabling environment and improve behavior for water-related climate action, increased water access, availability, and quality, increase water efficiency and conservation, and the strengthened preparedness to climate variability and extremes. The government of St. Lucia is committed to supporting farmers in rainwater harvesting to enhance their irrigation capacity by providing direct intervention with water storage tanks, building of ponds and wells to assist during prolonged periods of drought. In addressing our structural issues and the factors that threaten our existence, including climate change and water resource management, there is also a need to develop financing mechanisms and mobilization strategies to identify and quantify the funding gap for the implementation of our national priorities. Chair, St. Lucia takes this opportunity to reiterate its support and commitment to deepening cooperation and engagement to this body and that of the Inter-American system on this vital issue we are discussing. Chair, I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a la delegación de San.
Thank you very much to St. Lucia. And now I would like to recognize the U.S. delegation.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Eleanor Fox. I am the Deputy Director of the Office of Conservation and Water at the United States Department of State. It is my great honor to be here this morning. Thank you very much to the chair for convening this meeting on this very important topic, and to the panelists for their excellent presentations. I would like to wish you all a happy World Water Day. We do appreciate the importance of water as a vital resource for everything we do. Not only is water fundamental to conserving nature, but it is also connected to all human life and activity. It helps maintain the ecosystem services on which we depend, such as sustaining healthy wetlands that regulate floods and improve water quality. We need water to keep trees and other plants alive so that they can continue to prevent erosion. And we need water to grow food, produce energy, sustain life, and safeguard human health. I should note that I was actually part of the G20 discussions last night for me, where essentially all of the participants stressed the need to adapt, to use nature-based solutions and to use integrated water management, and also the importance of water as a cross-sectoral issue because of its huge effect on agriculture, on ecosystems, on energy production, and so forth and so on. So that point is definitely being noted in other international fora and discussions, which I think is very, very positive. In today's interconnected world, water challenges are in one part of the world have far-reaching ripple effects. As I mentioned, they impact food security, critical supply chains, health security, and regional stability. They all depend on the sound management of water resources. To achieve this goal, we need to build a water-secure world where people and ecosystems have sustainable, reliable, and climate-resilient access to the water that they need when they need it. This is the future of water that we want and strive for. There is much more to be done if we want to meet Sustainable Development Goal 6, and in fact, all of the Sustainable Development Goals which depend on water. In addition, the issue of water and water access needs to be fully incorporated into our efforts to achieve all of the SDGs. In order to accomplish this, we need to significantly raise political will at all levels to prioritize water through investing in water infrastructure, obviously including nature-based solutions and green infrastructure and services, protecting freshwater resources, and improving how we manage water. We need to encourage stakeholders everywhere to advocate for policies and practices that strengthen water security and do so equitably. Finally, we need to better integrate water management and water security into our approaches to climate change, physical security, energy, and health security, as some of our panelists have very helpfully mentioned. The United States is already working toward this goal. Through the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience, known as PREPARE, the U.S. Agency for International Development has committed to leveraging $1 billion in financing for climate resilient water and sanitation. The Biden-Harris administration has pledged to conserve at least 30% of our domestic land and water by 2030, a goal that we are also strongly encouraging other countries to adopt. Under the U.S. Global Water Strategy, the Department of State leads an effort with more than 20 other federal agency partners to advance our vision for a water-secure world. Together, we exchange knowledge and expertise with water managers all over the world on how we manage our water resources, the data and information we collect and share with stakeholders, and the strategies that work to expand reliable access to water. Through technical assistance, financing, and partnerships, we have helped more than 53 million people gain access to safe drinking water in the last decade. We are also working to support healthcare facilities in securing access to water, sanitation, and hygiene to control the spread of diseases such as COVID-19 and strengthen healthcare service delivery. One key aspect of strengthening water security is access to reliable water data. Monitoring and assessment of river systems and water flows is essential for effective and efficient management of water resources. Modeling and analytical tools are essential to operationalize water data while providing support for science-based decision-making and proactive planning. This is why the United States is working with partners around the world to improve data management and application, including working with the OAS, the Intergovernmental Coordinating Committee of the Laplace Basin countries, and U.S. agencies to make use of the best available monitoring tools and techniques from U.S. agencies such as NASA, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and other U.S. experts to build capacity to collect, share, analyze, and manage water data to promote sustainable natural resource management. We are also facilitating knowledge exchanges between U.S. experts, international partners, and key water stakeholders and policymakers in other countries in the hemisphere to address important water-related challenges and opportunities, such as droughts, irrigation, nature-based solutions, and adaptation to climate change. The U.S. vision is a future of water where everyone has sustainable access to water, sanitation, and hygiene services. A future where water unifies people and countries rather than divides them. A future where we recognize the value of water and protect this life-sustaining resource. We are optimistic that this future is possible if we all act today. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you very much to the United States delegation, and the Colombian delegation is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Elsa, to the panelists for their comments and contributions, which certainly are of great value to this council. And I'd like to share very briefly Colombia's activities in this area. And as you know, we have identified the growing scarcity of water as a major challenge to security and development in Latin America, as well as the greater incidence of droughts and flooding in rural areas. To overcome these challenges, Colombia has a national climate change policy with the objective of being incorporated in public and private decisions in order to move forward in a low carbon use society, mitigate climate change effects, and provide greater opportunities. This policy is developed at the territorial and sectoral levels, and it is part of our urban development and rural development strategies. As part of the rural development strategy, we have a focus on incorporating rehabilitation of infrastructure and land use, reducing the effects of climate change and water availability as core areas, as well as overcoming the risks of climate change effects such as droughts and flooding. The urban development strategy aims to reduce the climate risk by ensuring water supply for the cities, while also incentivizing ongoing reduction of using water for waste management, as well as providing greater value on energy and also taking advantage of any emissions in municipal and local water use. Climate change in Colombia is part of our strategy, and we have a comprehensive policy for ensuring integral, comprehensive management of water resources. There's no doubt that the effects of climate change have obliged us all to work on water availability and supply and reducing risks related to climate change and implementing policies to improve resource use in key sectors. We also have the Amazon Basin Project, which is being developed to promote cooperation on the Amazon for the good of the global environment, known as GEF in its English acronym, and it brings together the 8 countries of the Amazon, considering the variability of climate change. And this project aims at promoting comprehensive water resource management through 4 main areas, creating, for example, a innovative model, community protection and assistance in the face of climate change. 3, monitoring water resources and ecosystems through the Regional Environmental Management System, and 4, monitoring the implementation of measures contained in the Strategic Plan of Action. Finally, Chair, for my delegation, it's important to underscore an initiative that has been underway this year through MEDISIC, and that is the regional project for promoting climate resilience. It brings together Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru. And we hope to work together to coordinate with the Secretariat and national authorities to ensure success of the project. And this might serve as an example that can be replicated. And we would like to thank the OAS for its assistance in this area. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the Colombian delegation. Paraguay is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to give great thanks to the panelists for their presentations on a topic that is extremely important at the global level, and particularly for our region. Paraguay has been working since the implementation of the Framework Plan of Action on sustainable use of waters, and our aim is to ensure social and economic development throughout the Republic to overcome the effects of a prolonged drought on our economy and society. Against this backdrop, we have noted the need to redouble our efforts among all states in order to tackle this issue related to managing water resources in a coordinated fashion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the delegation of Paraguay, and I would like to recognize the delegation of El Salvador. Thank you very much, Chair, for proposing that we consider such a relevant topic. I would also like to thank the authorities that have been invited and shared such valuable information on the work that they are carrying out in order to fight the effects of climate change and thereby contributing to biodiversity, which ensures the human right to drinking water. Chair, in El Salvador, as in many of our countries, we have seen an increase of average temperatures caused by climate change, and this has led to overflowing of river, and it has an effect on the population, as well as fishing as a form of subsistence. And we need to manage water basins, which is a priority in my country. And we have seen participation from many public and private stakeholders, as well as gender-based focus and a special focus on indigenous people in this area. We need to focus on the populations that have been made vulnerable by the effects of climate change. We also need to conserve biodiversity and fight environmental degradation and soil degradation. El Salvador, in this framework, has developed a national strategy for water resource management in order to consolidate this resource throughout the country. And this is a priority for our national plan on water resources, which sets priority areas for best of taking advantage of this resource while ensuring sustainability. We have also been creating a high water information system, a water observatory, as well as a national basin authority, which is currently seeing its strategy being implemented. And we have also been working to provide technical assistance to overcoming risk by ensuring efficient water use. This is for high risk areas, And we have been studying hydrology as well as the water balance and taking advantage of sustainable water use in the region to prevent conflict as well as a gender-based focus and groundwater focus. We have an impact monitoring system and restoration to ensure high quality drinking water is available. And we have also been working on socioeconomic and biophysical elements in order to ensure that this is taken into account when developing our territory. At the national level, we have been working with the National Institute for Planning with Guatemala and Honduras. We have developed as part of this a master plan for sustainable water use in the region, and this is in line with nature, and it promotes women's economic independence in rural areas while contributing to meeting the SDGs. The pillars of this Central American integration system, as well as the Central American territorial development strategy. Chair, in the framework of commemorating the World Water Day, we hope that this dialogue and exchange of experiences will allow us to identify, based on lessons learned, strategies at the regional level where we can mitigate and adapt to climate change by ensuring comprehensive water resource management. Thank you very much. Thank you to the El Salvador delegation. Canada is recognized.
Madam Chair, it's a pleasure to see you, Harriet, as well as our esteemed guests this morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some of our thoughts related to the guiding questions. In our review, managing climate and water resources in a more integrative and sustainable manner has important co-benefits. Integrated water resources management is a key approach for climate adaptation and mitigation. With the convergence of the twin crises of climate and biodiversity loss, it is more important than ever to include water in national adaptation plans, as well as nationally determined contributions. While water is often referenced as the first victim of climate change, it is also at the core of climate adaptation through nature-based solutions and disaster risk reduction approaches. For example, mangrove restoration can help improve carbon capture while providing coastal communities with protection from sea level rise, improve biodiversity, and food security. An integrated approach to climate change and water resource management needs to be adopted in climate policy making and planning at national and regional levels. It is estimated that transboundary basins hold 60% of the Earth's fresh water. They are home to more than 40% of the world's population, and 90% of the pollutants generated in countries are transported to the sea via rivers. Transboundary cooperation on mitigation and adaptation issues is essential to avoid the potential negative consequences of unilateral measures. Increasing water stress and meeting future demand will require sound decision-making on the allocation of water resources among different potential water uses, including climate change mitigation and adaptation activities. Canada recognizes that addressing water issues is key to unlocking development potential in other sectors, including health, agriculture, and environmental sustainability. Impacts of climate change and environmental degradation disproportionately affect women and girls who are showing resilience and leadership. States must involve women with diverse identities and diverse lived experiences in leadership and decision-making roles to ensure rights-based, and gender-responsive climate action. We need meaningful participation of women's rights organizations, indigenous communities, and local grassroots organizations to ensure that women and girls in all their diversity are at the center of action-oriented solutions, and their specific and diverse needs and interests are taken into account. To achieve transboundary cooperation, it is crucial that international standards organizations are involved, with particular reference to the Open Geospatial Consortium, the International Organization for Standardization's Technical Committee 211, it's Geomatics, that's ISO TC 211, the International Hydrographic Organization. Standards body foster data sharing methods, distributed data analytics, harness the power of sensors, enable governance across borders, and develop pilots in collaboration with subject matter experts. Madam Chair, once again, our thanks to you for leading us this morning in such a valuable session.
My pleasure. Thank you, Canada.
I will now give the floor to the Peruvian delegation. You're recognized, Peru. Thank you very much, Chair. The Peruvian delegation salutes today's thematic session on topics that are of extreme importance to the region and are closely linked to climate change and water resource management. In Peru, we are particularly vulnerable to climate change, its effects such as natural disasters, which have a direct effect on many Peruvians. And vulnerability to climate change is something faced by all Peruvian people, and as our ecosystems are all related. Access to water, a fundamental resource for life, is more than ever today under great pressure due to factors related to population growth and management issues. This has been exacerbated by climate change. Incorporating these elements as part of our national strategy of water resource management and cross-boundary water resource management have been aimed at fighting water scarcity around the world, and therefore we have a comprehensive approach to this phenomenon that is closely linked to the SDGs and the quality of life of our citizens. And in order to resolve this issue, I'd like to underscore at today's session that we have adaptation measures that have been carried out by the Environment Ministry in Peru, including increasing the formal water supply in vulnerable urban environments, the existence of water supply companies that incorporate a redistribution mechanism for water resources in order to ensure that we have a natural supply for recovery, supply, and availability of water ecosystemic services in areas vulnerable to climate change. Optimizing and expanding, as well as improving the capacity to produce and regulate drinking water systems, the implementation of rural infrastructures aimed at improving greater quality water supply with greater resilience to climate change. This has been something that we have seen in urban areas that are vulnerable to climate change. We have implemented planning and management mechanisms for natural disasters. At the same time, I'd like to note that we have mitigation measures, for example, leveraging water for interpreter notes, the extremely poor sound quality and audio interference, which is making it extremely difficult to understand the speaker. Interpreter requests that the speaker please move the papers that she has in her hands away from the microphone. I would also like to underscore the role of the National Water Institute as a regulatory body in Peru, which has developed measures linked to climate change adaptation, as well as ensuring contributions at the national level and best practices within this framework. For example, the early warning system for flooding, droughts, and other natural disasters related to climate change. This system was created in 2015 and is in existence in 15 regions throughout Peru. There's also the implementation of a water resource quality alert system. This is part of a national protocol in this area. And also we have implemented a hydrometric network on water distribution in basins that are vulnerable to climate change. Interpreter once again notes extremely poor sound quality due to audio interference. Interpreters will resume language services once the audio improves.
Con fines agrarios y 208 derechos con fines poblacionales en las zonas del Mantaro, Pampas, Yurubamba, Vilcanota. Finalmente, la implementación de servicios de información para la planificación y la gestión multisectorial de los recursos hídricos en cuencas vulnerables al cambio climático, que ha permitido la atención de más de 850.000 personas de manera física y virtual a través de la implementación de un portal de Sistema Nacional de Información de Recursos Hídricos. Por otro lado, bajo el enfoque de la gestión integrada de los recursos hídricos en cuencas transfronterizas, la ANA elabora, implementa y realiza el seguimiento de instrumentos de gestión de recursos hídricos en cuencas transfronterizas en el marco de los compromisos presidenciales con Ecuador, Colombia, Bolivia y Chile.
Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the panelists for your presentations. It's more and more urgent to include climate change mitigation and adaptation into water management plans. And that's why we support addressing this topic from a technical, economic, and comprehensive point of view, and we recognize the importance of integrating information and knowledge that are produced through interaction with the local communities who, in the end, are the most effective. And Peru ratifies its commitment to achieve this goal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Delegate of Peru. I offer the floor at this time to the Ambassador Anabel Bueno of the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, distinguished delegates. I'm Kim Osborne, Executive Secretary of the panelists. These are our first words to thank the Chair for bringing this topic before the Council, and I especially want to thank the panelists who have given us a detailed presentation about climate change and hydrological cycle. Madam Chair, the Dominican Republic is one of the countries in the world that is most vulnerable to climate change long term, and we are in 11th place together with Haiti that we share our island with, and we're one of the 3 most affected countries of the world, making the island one of the most affected globally, unquote. The capacity to deal with this issue and the potential effects of climate change compels all states of the region to investigate, identify, and apply best practices to provide water security for human ingestion and also use of water to produce riches on an equal opportunity with equity and efficient use for all inhabitants. Even though there's no success formula universally applicable, we say that water is essential to governance and at the center of development and low-carbon economies. The Dominican Republic recognizes water and sanitation as a human right, and in our strategy, we give it the proper prominence that it should have. The Dominican Republic has established that water is not only a public good, but it's also a strategic good. Article 15 of our Constitution says Water constitutes a strategic national heritage that's inalienable, and it's essential to life. Human consumption of water has priority over any other use. The Dominican state promotes the effective policies to protect water resources of the nation. In our law 1212 and of 20 indicates the objectives, our goals to be efficient and sustainable in our water use, to have water security, and to counteract the effects of climate change. With regard to adaptation and mitigation of climate change in our country, we want to increase our resilience, and we've established priorities for adaptation of the water security sector with our national contribution, our NDC, which includes, among other things, to contribute to ensure that safe sources, providing projects for and to deal with ecosystems that are sources of supply and improve conditions of, and also to control risk of floods through streamside and riverside control, strengthen public-private partnerships and mechanisms for managing water, and to facilitate access to insured systems with regard to damage caused by floods. With regard to water management, and water management established in our NDC are linked to energy production. Water, energy, and land are the three components we focus on. Madam Chair, the Dominican Republic is on the way to taking actions in the water sector that we want to mention a few of. On the June 3rd of 2020, when our President Luis Abinader presented the national commitment to water, it's designed to have an impact at 2021-2036. It identifies water as a strategic national heritage, and its direct impact on health, economic growth, and social development of the nation. The third of the three strategic lines in our national commitment is to deal with sustainability and resilience with regard to to supply and demand of water to mitigate the effects of climate change. Last Friday, the National Council for Climate Change and Clean Development launched a project to improve climate resilience by implementing water solutions in vulnerable communities in the Dominican Republic. This is an initiative that's financed by the European Union through the Center for Climate Change. It deals in 6 communities in the north and south of the country to deal with the difficulties with regard to access to water through sustainable solutions and taking advantage of renewable energy sources. One of the challenges in the region is precisely managing cross-border water resources, and therefore we have to be, in an integral way, we should manage it following international standards. Lastly, the government of the Dominican Republic has declared its commitment to work with all the different actors of society and the international community on an ongoing basis, in collaboration, in a coordination way, in an efficient way, to come up with solutions to these water problems and to have guaranteed water resources for this generation and future generations. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. And now I offer the floor, and it's a pleasure to greet Ambassador Luz Helena Baños, the permanent representative of Mexico to the OAS. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to see you chairing this. Water is one of the elements that's directly linked to climate change and should be considered a priority by states in plans of mitigation and adaptation to this phenomenon. And based on the UN Office for the Reduction of Disaster Risk, in the last decade, more than 90% of the major natural disasters are produced because are have to do with floods and storms and hunters and meteorological phenomena that are provoked by the increase of the temperature, the average temperature worldwide, which has affect the whole world. Mexico is working to gain financing and to get information to and how to mitigate this, and also to strengthen surveillance systems, and particularly early warning systems. We want to create a culture of prevention and preparedness, and to develop habits that contribute at home and in communities to reduce vulnerability to these and to the health of populations and the lives thereof, and to include as part of the mechanism to ensure that these commitments with regard to implementation of the accords. Mexico has the national climate change policy, which is implemented through a committee, a coordinating group, and under a law. And we have independent evaluators who come from different sectors like academia and industry, etc. The sectoral program with regard to natural resources 2020-2024 is focused on seeking well-being of persons hand in hand with conservation and striking an ecological balance, paying particular attention to inequality and disproportional impacts on different groups in urban areas and rural areas and indigenous communities and Afro-Mexicans. Mexico pays particular attention to the increase of risk caused by hydrometeorological climate events, focusing as a priority on the lives of persons and how they're effective and they're productive and their livelihoods are protected. We engage in monitoring, surveillance, and forecasting. We also have the support of an Indigenous Peoples Institute has helped us, and when we deal with Indigenous people, so our purpose is to reduce risks from flooding to human settlements, as well as the national program against droughts, which promotes a promotion and mitigation to minimize the economic, environmental, and social impacts. The National Water Plan focuses efforts on strengthening early warning systems and mitigation in the case of weather events, with emphasis on Afro-Mexican and indigenous peoples, communities of which have taken part in creating the plans, taking advantage of their knowledge on the ground. We will fulfill our international commitments to mitigate the effects of climate change, particularly in the hydrological cycle, and so therefore we find it fundamental to mobilize and channel adequately financial resources both at the national and international level to achieve this goal. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I give the floor at this time to Daisy Cardenas of the delegation of Ecuador. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretariat and also the panelists that were successfully conveyed this clear message. I have a presentation prepared if I'm able to share it up on the screen with you at this time. Please, can you confirm that you're seeing this presentation up on the screen? Yes, go right ahead. Thank you very much. Climate change and the hydrological cycle for Ecuador are very important, and these have to do with this is part of a sectoral approach that is being followed by Ecuador through several national policy instruments, including, firstly, our Constitution. In Article 12, it says that water is a human right that is fundamental and that water is a national strategic heritage of public use that's essential to life. In addition to this, we work in the framework of climate change mitigation and adaptation in specific sectors, particularly strategic sectors and water. We also have a national commitment of the country to work in an integrated way with a gender-based and intercultural approach and intergenerational approach. This is important to the country to be able to make progress with its working instruments such as the National Plan of Adaptation, which seeks to identify vulnerabilities of climate risks, which is priority to the country. Next, I would like to share with you a few of the initiatives that the country is implementing in addition to what's been mentioned by my colleague of Peru. We've been working as a cross-border program. ICA, particularly, is a Andes-based project of climate change mitigation and adaptation. Bolivia and Colombia are involved as well. What we've done here is to provide drinking water to specific areas of Ecuador that didn't have this resource available. It's incredible sometimes to see that Ecuador still has areas where there's no access to drinking water. The percentage of the Quito that comes from Cayambe Coca is where the water source for Quito is of drinking water, and they belong to some special parishes which are in the a province of the Amazon. Historically, these places had no potable water, and now they do. We've achieved this, and they used to have an obsolete sector. This is through international cooperation. We were able to bring about this implementation. Other important things and actions and measures that we have implemented through with regard to climate change adaptation as we try to protect water sources and community irrigation and irrigation and water for domestic use. And these are areas where there's been important measures have been taken. And the NDC of Ecuador includes the RED Plus approach. We've identified these areas for implementation of REDD Plus. Here we can see our specific program, which in the Amazon, as it says, it's being implemented, and its component number 3 has to do with 3 important agreements with 3 water funds in Ecuador in different watersheds. And it's called as a RED Plus measure. These agreements are about to be successfully completed, and they're important when it comes to water management. Basically, what we have done under these implementation plans is declaration of conservation areas, establishing restoration practice and promotion of productive activities, control and surveillance of conservation areas, strength, capacity building, environmental education. Among the goals achieved is recovery of wetlands. There's been several different arrangements at the local and community levels with these waterfronts, with approximately 26,881 hectares. We have hectares that with passive restoration as well as active restoration areas, 1,931. There's a wide range of beneficiaries of both mitigation as well as adaptation measures, and it's important to mention that This is all in the framework of sustainable development and farming and for poverty reduction and to improve resources for peoples and communities where these measures are being taken. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Daisy Cardenas of Ecuador, for your very specific presentation. And thank you for these slides you presented. I'm pleased at this time to offer the floor to Gabriela Enriquez, who's the advisor to the Basin of Guatemala's agency. Welcome, Madam Enriquez. Unfortunately, we can't hear her. Ms. Enriquez, we cannot hear you. Your microphone may not be activated, Ms. Enriquez. We can't hear you. Do you have any Bluetooth? The problem is probably you're using Bluetooth. Could you connect your earphones? No, we still can't hear you. Why don't you refresh? Do a refresh and see if the problem gets worked out that way. Now speak now. No, we cannot hear you. You cannot hear you. You're moving your lips, but there's no. Refresh the browser and see if that solves the problem. Refresh the browser. We still can't hear you. If you could share your presentation with us, perhaps the delegation of Guatemala. Do you have a presentation, licenciada, or is it just remarks you were going to make? Unfortunately, we just can't hear you. Your audio is not working. So, Madam Licenciada, perhaps you could continue to try. We see that you have a headset. You had no. She's using the headset, but it's still not working. So, if you would be so kind to send us your presentation or remarks to Ms. Salvedo, and then we'll try to, if possible, if you are able to, we'll get them past that. Since there's no further delegation that would like to ask for the floor, I propose that CIDE takes note of the information from the presentation from our invited guest panelists and the comments of the delegations, which I'm sure will be useful, among other things, as important input which will be carefully considered for the review of the Inter-American Program for Sustainable Development and the convocation to the Inter-American Committee on Sustainable Development. I see no objections, and so it is hereby agreed. I also would like to thank Mr. Pablo Gonzalez and his team for supporting the organization for organizing this meeting and in his participation in the event. Continue with consideration of the items on the agenda today. Now we have item 3, presentation and consideration of the draft annual report of SETI on activities conducted from 2021, document seed doc 341/22 in Spanish. To present the draft report, I offer the floor to Executive Secretary for Integral Development, Ms. Kim Osborne. Ms. Osborne, you are recognized.
For leading us in today's discussion. I think it was very rich. At the outset, let me wish everybody a happy World Water Day. I think it was very clearly stated that water is essential to life, and we're very pleased at SETI to have had the opportunity to work with member states over the 50 years in this very important area for us. Madam Chair, I also recognize the presence of ambassadors and our distinguished member states. Thank you for taking the time. I know that we're short on time, and as such, I will not go through an exhaustive presentation, but I will try to highlight what we have done over the past year within the context of SETI. I am deeply honored to present to you, therefore, our report for 2021, which reflects yet again the commitment of SETI towards the development of member states, particularly as they attempt to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Chair, this report will provide results under the 5 strategic lines of action as established in the OAS strategic plan, and in keeping with SETI's remit of institutional and technical capacity building through cooperation and partnerships. As I said, the report will be comprehensive but not exhaustive, as it is impossible to present all of the activities and the results that we have. The report was, however, circulated to member states, and so we trust that you've had an opportunity to go through the entire report. Next slide. So as I indicated, we will be focusing on the 5 strategic lines of action: promoting inclusive and competitive economies, sustainable development and the environment, building resilience, sustainability and resilience in the Americas, promote education and human development, that of reducing poverty, inequality, exclusion by improving access to quality education and decent work, promote decent, dignified, and productive work for all, and fostering development cooperation and the establishment of partnerships. Next slide. So if we'll start with the strategic line 1 on inclusive economies, there we held in 2021 the 7th Inter-American Dialogue of High-Level MSME Authorities. We focused on financial solutions, on digitization and e-commerce, and on courier services and international shipping, and on women's economic empowerment. These are all areas that were identified by member states as areas needing particular attention, and so these were addressed during the meeting of high-level authorities of MSMEs. We also launched the project Economically Empowered Women for Equitable and Resilient Societies with funding support from the U.S. Permanent Mission to the OAS, and we want to extend our deepest gratitude to the U.S. Permanent Mission of the OAS for their support in that regard. The goal of the project is to help women entrepreneurs in participating member states to benefit from the digital economy. How do we get them to engage and to actively participate in e-commerce? And this project will be implemented in the countries of the OECS, as well as the 3 countries of the Northern Triangle: Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. We are very excited about this particular project, and as I have indicated, the details are available in the report, and we hope that we will begin implementation shortly with our member states. Next slide. Under that particular pillar as well, I just want to highlight very clearly the OAS Foreign Trade Information System, which has been in existence for a while, but which has achieved a particular milestone in 2021. In 10 years, CICE has seen 237 million visits to the platform. I think what that tells us is that we are offering an essential service to member states, and they find the information that is available on the CICE platform very useful to their needs, and we'll continue to expand and to continue to work in that regard. We've published, as you know, throughout the pandemic, the MSME, OAS MSME newsletter, looking at policies, initiatives, programs, and good practices across member states. We also continue to work on our digitalization program, where we are training trainers of within the authorities that have the responsibility for SMEs to impart training on MSME digitalization and e-commerce. In 2021, we had over 500 plus authorities of MSMEs and institutions participate and engage in the training. Our hope is that we are building capacity in our countries in that particular area. Next slide. I want to highlight the work of the Caribbean SBDC program. As many of member states know, this program has been in existence for a while now. In 2021, and the numbers that are on the screen are real numbers. These are measured through a built-in system, measurement system that we have within the SBDC program in the Caribbean. The Small Business Development Centers have been established in 5 Caribbean countries, and these are some of the results. And I think that you can see for the clients served, 9,831, 1.4 million in capital infusion, 84.4 million increase in MSME sales, 12,000 jobs created or supported, 465 persons trained, we had 130 events within the context of our MSMEs, and almost 4,000 clients counseled. And so what is impressive too is 1,600 businesses were started. So what we are seeing within the context of this program are real tangible results. We can measure the impact that we're having, that the work that we're doing through the SBDC program is having on the MSME ecosystem in the member states that we serve. Next slide. As member states will recall, we held the 6th REMSIT in December 2021, and we launched the Youth Academy on Transformative Technologies. The Academy our goal is to train and certify 10,000 youth in transformative technologies by 2024. Needless to say, we've already exceeded that goal since the launch of the Youth Academy in 2021, in December 2021. By the end of January 2022, we had over 25,000 young people from the ages of 18 to 49 enrolled in the academy, and we started the course on augmented reality with our partner Meta. So we're very pleased to see the uptick in that program, and we hope to continue to expand that program. We'll be happy to share a breakdown of the countries that are enrolled. I think every single country at the OAS, every member state has participants enrolled in the academy. So we're very pleased with the results of this effort. We want to very concretely address the skills gap that exists in terms of the digital and virtual economy, so that our young people are not only trained, but are certified on the various technologies that they can deploy to transform their societies and to gain employment. Next slide. Prospector Americas, as member states will recall, we launched Prospector Americas, the platform on transformative technologies in 2019 in Peru, the goal of which is to establish 10 centers of excellence on top transformative science technologies in science and technology. to engage in research, to engage the scientific community within our countries in research and provide insights as to what we need, the insights that we need to formulate policy as it relates to transformative technologies. In 2021, the first Center of Excellence was established, one in the state of Hidalgo, Mexico, and I particularly want to thank the government of Mexico for their continued support to the program, our program on science and technology within the context of SETI. We established a Center of Excellence on Robotics and Artificial Intelligence in Colombia, Barranquilla, Colombia, and again, Colombia and Peru were the two leaders in terms of our efforts in establishing Prospecta Americas. And we really thank the member states who have already come forward. We will be working to expand the centers of excellence over this year, and we hope that other member states will become involved. Next slide. The other one of our flagship programs, as member states will recall, is the America's Competitiveness Exchange. We did have an edition in 2021, despite the pandemic. We were able to have an ACE in Colorado, and that ACE was focused on the bioeconomy, on smart cities, the experience economy, advanced technologies and cybersecurity, business creation and development, disaster preparedness and mitigation. And if you can scan the QR code to see the results of the ACE. We're trying to deploy technology as much as possible. A very successful ACE, as you know, is done in partnership with the U.S. Department of State, the U.S. OAS, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and the OAS. And so we were very happy that we were able to do the ACE in 2021, and we had the full participation of a range of member states in that program. Next slide. Supporting sustainable development of culture and tourism. We had a tourism ministerial in 2021 under the theme toward the reconstruction and rebuilding of tourism post-COVID. And that, I believe, was a very successful ministerial. We also have been working in partnership with the George Washington University and the U.S. Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Indian Affairs on the Indigenous Tourism Collaborative of the Americas. And we were able to present that at the meeting of high-level authorities, of the meeting of ministers of tourism as well. We held two high-level events, one in October and one on Indigenous Peoples Day. And I'm very pleased to announce that this collaborative continues to grow. And again, we invite the participation of other member states, as our goal is to ensure that the benefits that Indigenous communities are really rightfully engaging in the tourism activity, and they are realizing the benefits that can accrue to them through their active participation and engagement, and more than anything else, to ensure the responsible deployment of resources in those areas. We had the CITUR, as member states may recall, we've had several discussions of the CITUR. We've also worked on within the Inter-American Committee on Culture, sharing good practices between and among member states on strengthening the creative and cultural industries. We've had a particular program on the creative sector in Dominica as a pilot, and we hope that this program can be expanded to other countries. Provided guidelines on the creation of cultural satellite accounts that came out of the ministerial in Barbados, and we've been working to implement that. Next slide. The port sector. A lot of work has gone into that area. We've expanded the number of scholarships and sponsorships that have been offered to member states in terms of training and capacity building. Over 3,000 port personnel from 28 member states received training on good practices in port management. We held 17 webinars in 2021, sorry. I also want to highlight what the SIP has been doing in the Eastern Caribbean, or in the Caribbean rather, not just the Eastern Caribbean, in working with the Caribbean Development Bank on a project which is geared towards improving the management of ports. In Barbados, we're working on the port community system with the Port Authority of Barbados, that is in partnership with the CDB. We've continued to work on the disaster risk management for ports, and we've provided or updated the model emergency operations plan for Caribbean ports to better assist them with preparation for and response and recovery from natural disasters. SIP has signed several MOUs with Argentina, with Peru, and with Panama and others to really look at how do we offer even more opportunities for training, for capacity building between and among member states. And I really commend the SIP team for the success that we've been able to realize in that regard. Next slide. Supporting the development of clean energy in the Americas, the ECPA, as member states may recall, has been very active in 2022. We had 11 Caribbean countries participating in 4 training sessions on governance, technology, procurement, financial considerations for building energy resilience. We had high-level dialogue on energy transition, decarbonization, energy access, and gender, and on natural gas. We had several meetings of the ECPA Steering Committee, and in terms of metrology, 16 countries have received training on ozone measurement practices. That's within the context of our sustainable development pillar. Next slide. Transboundary integrated water resources management. As member states know, this is really an essential part of our work within the context of SEDI. I'm very pleased to announce that in 2021, we were able to secure a grant through a competitive process from the Swiss Cooperation Fund of $5.1 million to work with on climate resilience and management of high Andean ecosystems. We will be working with Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia in that regard. And kudos to the team within the context of the DSD, the Integrated Water Resources Management Team, for their work in that regard in realizing that very innovative project. And we've also continued our work on water security in the Trifino region. We secured an additional grant of $5.3 million for the funding of projects in that regard between 2022 and 2026. We also have a new project now working with Haiti on water resilience for drought responsiveness in the northeastern part of Haiti. And that project is valued at $3.9 million with the duration of to be implemented, I should say, between 2022 and 2026. We've continued the preparation of the binational management of the Artibonite Basin in partnership with the IDB, a project valued at $6 million from 2023 to 2027. We've studied the process, as member states recall. The Global Environmental Facility is one of our key partners, and we've been working on a new project, new action plan proposal for the implementation of a program in the Bermejo River Basin that is valued at $6.5 million. And also looking at continuing our partnership with the CAF in that regard. We've also continued our project, the CREW project in the Caribbean, even if it's not highlighted there, in partnership with the IDB and other partners. And we hope that we hope to continue those projects in 2022. Next slide. Building disaster risk and resilience. As member states know, we have been working with the White Helmets Humanitarian Assistance Fund, and we continue to administer that program in partnership with the government, White Helmets and the government of Argentina. We've provided under the program that is funded by the U.S. Department of State on building resilience of small tourism enterprises in the Eastern Caribbean. We have been working with the Caribbean Tourism Organization, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, the University of the West Indies, the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, and other partners to implement this project that is so important for our region in terms of helping our countries to ensure that their businesses can continue post-disaster, putting systems, mechanisms, processes, etc. in place to ensure business continuity in natural disasters. Next slide. Building consensus in labor. We had the 21st Conference of Ministers of Labor, which was hosted by the government of Argentina. As member states will recall, we adopted the Declaration of Argentina, and there are some very concrete initiatives that member states have proposed to work on over the next 3 years. We continue to work on provide gender mainstreaming within the ministries of labor, presented a new publication in that regard, and we continued through the RIAL, the exchange of experiences and good practices, as we have done throughout the life of the RIAL. Next slide. Education. So we have been trying to refine or to look at the next phase, if you will, the second phase of the Inter-American Education Agenda. The Inter-American Education Agenda, as member states may recall, was approved in 2017 at the ministerial in the Bahamas. And what has been happening now is updating and looking at the second phase of the Inter-American Education Agenda. And we've circulated a document. It was adopted in CD and in the document indicated in this slide. Next slide. We've had several policy dialogues on various areas of education over the last year. We have been working with PAHO, as member states may recall. That agreement with PAHO goes back to 2019-2020, when we started working with them on promoting healthy lifestyles and ensuring imparting knowledge on nutrition in schools. That program continues with PAHO. We've had several dialogues and discussions with member states over the last year, and we really want to thank PAHO for their partnership in that regard. Next slide. Strengthening the teaching ed profession. It goes without saying that our program, the program of the I-10, one of SETI's flagship programs, has been supporting member states in various areas. As member states may recall, in 2020, when the pandemic hit, we really had to pivot and to work with member states on how to teach STEM education during a pandemic. That program saw the training and capacity buildings of tens of thousands of teachers. In 2020, we worked with 237,000 STEM educators from our member states. And we're very pleased with the progress that the I-10 has been making and the contribution that it has been making, even during the pandemic, towards STEM education in the region. And so kudos to the team at the I-10 for their continued work, and to the US OAS for their support, the financial support to the program, which continues to impact so many teachers and educators in our region. Next slide. Quality education. As member states know, we have the Portal of the Americas. In 2021, we had 2,500 plus people taking courses through the portal. We granted tuition waivers to 249 citizens in OAS member states. We had professionals and teachers and others taking our programs. And more importantly, I think what the portal is serving the wider OAS, so partners, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, SICTE, the SIM, the Department of Public Security, they're all engaged in offering courses through the Portal of the Americas. So the portal, the education portal, is not just serving the work of SETI, but serving the wider OAS in terms of training and capacity building. Next slide. Reducing the gap in education, our Pro Futuro program continued in the Caribbean, in the countries that are already benefiting, and you can see close to 2,400 teachers were trained in the Caribbean. We have 92 primary schools that were equipped, and we're expanding the program in Latin America, working with civil society organizations. And we've put out a study in partnership with Pro Futuro on civil society organizations and their contributions to education continuity during the pandemic. And that publication is available for member states should they wish to access it as well. Next slide. And our thanks again to the Pro Futuro Foundation for their continued partnership with us. Scholarships. As member states can see, we were able to do to offer over 3,000 scholarships in our member states. And again, you can see the active participation of almost every member state in the scholarships program. And we are happy to provide detailed information by country should member states require it, but just to give you an idea of who's accessing the program and to what extent. Next slide. And just a breakdown, I think it's important for us to highlight that in terms of the gender balance, which we're always trying to achieve within the context of SETI, we have more women than men in this scenario accessing our scholarship program. You can see the various areas, priority areas. So I think it's a good measure of where we are achieving gender balance within the context of education, or rather access to higher education, which, as we know, has always been a challenge for our region. So this is a very great and heartening statistic, and we're pleased to report on it. Next slide. Partnerships. We held, as member states may recall, the third specialized meeting of high-level authorities of cooperation. And for the first time, we implemented a program whereby we invited the participation of partners, strategic partners, to engage with member states. And I think that we were successful in that regard. We had 232 participants and 24 strategic partners. In the end, we were not able to accommodate all the strategic partners who wanted to engage in the meeting. And so what we hope to do is, over the course of this year, continue our engagement with them. We're very pleased that our observer members, France, Italy, Sweden, and Spain, were able to join from capitals and were able to present offers of cooperation. We were also joined by the OECD, PAHO, the Caribbean Export, CABE, and other private sector partners, who all came forward with very concrete offers of cooperation. And so the cooperation team has been reaching out to each of those who made offers, concrete offers of cooperation, to follow up so that we can begin populating CooperaNet and we can begin making those offers of cooperation available to member states. And to each of the 24, and to those we were not able to accommodate in the meeting because of time, we are very deeply grateful for their participation and continued engagement with the Secretariat in service of all member states. Next slide. And on CooperaNet, in 2021, we were able to feature 230 offers of cooperation and 8 needs. Again, CooperaNet is the platform that we have put forward for development, cooperation, and partnerships, and we invite member states to make their offers of cooperation available through CooperaNet. Next slide. Very quickly, the Development Cooperation Fund, as member states know, we started the 2021-2024 cycle, focusing on 4 priority areas with education, science, and technology as cross-cutting areas. So we're looking at retooling MSMEs through innovation and technology, the innovative reskilling for the tourism sector for recovery from COVID, scientific and technological information for innovation for building resilience, and science for decision-making in disaster risk. And you can see the countries, 18 countries to date are participating. As member states will recall, this is a pay-to-play, so that only member states who are up to date with their contributions to the fund can access the funding that is available through the Development Cooperation Fund. Next slide. I believe we reported on the programs that, just a list of the countries that are participating in each. Next slide. And we reported on the 2017-2021 cycle, so I won't go through that if we can skip through. And I think that pretty much brings us, next slide. Just some highlights of the programs that are being implemented, pictures, and so that we get from all member states as to what they're doing and how they're engaging. And the next slide. And with that, Chair, this concludes my presentation. In closing, Chair, I want to express our deep gratitude to all our member states who are so actively engaged with the Secretariat in the implementation of our programs. I want to particularly highlight our donor member states who continue to fund the programs within the context of SETI, and not to exclude anyone, but simply to highlight the leading donors to SETI, the U.S. government and their contributions to all of to many of our programs within SETI, Mexico for its continued funding support, as well as cooperation in so many different areas within the context of SETI, to Chile and to the government of Brazil, continue to lead the funding of our programs within the context of SETI as member states, to all our member states who make available experiences, good practices, and facilitate the SETI is mandated to deliver, our deep gratitude. Finally, Chair, I want to especially thank the staff and consultants of SETI, their continued dedication, their commitment to the work. I think time and again, the staff and the consultant, the entire personnel who work within the context of SETI demonstrate that the task, no matter how difficult it may be, they continue to demonstrate their creativity, their innovation in helping us realize the mandates that are given to us by member states. And we hope that in 2022, we'll continue to capitalize on the strengths of the staff of SETI, who have been incredibly resilient throughout these last 2 years. It has not been easy, but we've been able to achieve results, and we're very grateful to each and every one of them, and again, to each of our member states. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, querida secretaria. Muchas felicitaciones.
Thank you, dear Secretary. Congratulations for the presentation of this excellent report, and I join in with the gratitude that you've expressed both to member states who are donors, who may they not wane in their support for your mandate. And so once again, congratulations to the entire team and all the consultants who collaborated in putting together this draft report. And of course, all the countries for their invaluable input to this effort. Esteemed colleagues, CD document 34122 was distributed to all the delegations on February 16th, and you've had the opportunity to get to know it. I offer the floor to any delegations that would like to make any comments on the draft report that was just presented. Congratulations, Secretary. Thank you very much. I offer the floor now to Trinidad and Tobago, Ambassador Anthony Spencer. Ambassador, welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, this is the first time I take the floor, this delegation takes the floor, so I'd like to begin by expressing our appreciation for what was another very insightful and instructive discussion and consideration of our topic this morning. Very important for all member states. But Chair, I take the floor particularly now, just briefly, to express on behalf of this delegation our appreciation to the Executive Secretariat of CD for its excellent work during the past year. We've just heard the report. We will communicate more extensively our sentiments in that regard, and we wish to express our appreciation for the focus on our priorities that has been displayed by the Executive Secretary and her team at the Secretariat, and the convening and integrating capacity that has been shown for all of our partners and donors and all those that at the end of the day work together on behalf of member states. So this delegation places on record its appreciation and our commitment to continue working with all other member states and partners and our Secretariat, Executive Secretariat, to advance integral development in the hemisphere. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador Philip Spencer. Since there are no further requests for the floor to talk about this document, which was distributed in advance for review of the delegations, and since there's no further observations, I propose that CD approve this draft report for activities conducted in 2021 as document CD-doc 341/22. Since there's no objections, it is hereby approved. Let us now move to presentation and working plan for SETI for 2021, which is 344/22 Spanish. For presentation of the work plan, I offer the floor once again to Ms. Kim Osborne, Executive Secretary for Integral Development. Madam Osborne, you have the floor.
And Madam Chair, I'm being told that we need to end by 1:20 with regard to interpretation. So I won't take up too much time. If I can get the Secretariat to just share the presentation, I will just go through very quickly some of what we intend to do in 2021. So sorry, in 2022. The document has been shared. So if member states have any particular comments, they can always reach the Secretariat, but simply to go through very quickly what we intend to do in 2020 in 2022. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so we will continue the implementation as in terms of the OAS strategic plan. We've simply updated our some of the work, but the lines of action will remain the same based on the decision that the organization has made in that regard. So all work will continue to follow the areas of action that have been established. Next slide. We'll continue again our one SETI approach, trying to integrate across the Secretariat so that we are not working in silos, but we're working in a manner that builds on the strengths of each of the areas of SETI and that complements each of the areas so that we're not duplicating, but we're working more collaboratively and cooperatively. Next slide. Next slide. And each of the slides, as you will see, we've arranged them in terms of the policy dialogue that is anticipated or that has taken place, and what the cooperation programs and initiatives and the expected results are. I will simply highlight in 2022, our new project on economically empowered women for equitable and resilient societies will start. Again, this is geared towards getting women to engage in the digital economy. We want to have a specific focus on engaging in e-commerce with the diaspora, because we consider the diaspora a ready market for women-owned businesses in the countries that we'll be working. So you can look out for details on that program that will be coming out very shortly. We'll be expanding the SBDC program to Brazil, Ecuador, and Uruguay, and we'll continue our work on the MSME digitalization. Next slide. I won't go through there. We have all of the strategic partners. We can circulate the presentation so member states can see with whom we're working on each of the areas. Next slide. We are increasing competitiveness. We intend to continue working on data-driven competitiveness initiative. We started that work in 2020, and that will continue. We'll have 2 editions of the ACE, the America's Competitiveness Exchange, in 2022. The first will be in Louisiana, March 26th to April 1st, and then in Ecuador in September. We're very pleased that the government of Ecuador has offered to host the ACE in Ecuador, and we encourage member state participation in that regard. Next slide. In terms of, we can skip through that. Oh, sorry, Prospecta Americas. Prospecta Americas will have the 2nd edition of Prospecta in Hidalgo, Mexico. And we're putting forward an open call for the hosting of centers of excellence. We are in discussions with some member states who've already agreed to host. And again, we encourage member states to take up one technology and to establish or help us to establish a center of excellence in their locales. Next slide. Next slide. In terms of our programs on tourism and culture, I mentioned some of those. We can make those available to member states. Next slide. I won't spend time on those that we're continuing. What would I highlight there? Disaster risk for the ports in the Caribbean. We will hold a 2nd and 3rd regional workshop to improve emergency responses in the Caribbean port sector. And as I mentioned, in terms of the work that the CIP is doing with the Caribbean Development Bank, we will not only be working having worked in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados in 2021, but we're taking up a new project in Belize in 2022. Next slide. Next slide. Enhances member states' capacity in disaster risk management. Again, there are several activities planned. One is science and data-driven policies and programs for decision makers. We hope to have that program geared towards establishing an action plan in terms of ensuring that we are making decisions with regard to disaster preparedness, response and recovery from an informed perspective. And we're doing that in partnership with a number of leading entities in the hemisphere. We hope to have that implemented, or that regional program in Dominica in October 2022. So that's a new program that will be coming on stream. Again, the idea of data and science for disaster risk planning, mitigation and adaptation, and ensuring that we are making decisions that are steeped in data. Next slide. Keep going. Next slide. Integrated water management. I've highlighted a number of the programs that are underway. I mentioned some of them in my report, and needless to say that we are putting forward, I believe, a very robust program on integrated water resources management, and we are expanding our partnerships in that regard, expanding our reach as well. Whereas we were for many years working mainly in Latin America, we are now expanding our reach to the Caribbean region, and so that all of our member states are engaged in this integrated water resources management program. Next slide. In terms of energy, I think we have here what is being realized in 2022. We did have the ministerial, the ECPA, fourth ECPA ministerial, which was hosted by the government of Panama last month. We thank the government of Panama for their hosting of the ECPA, and the work that will come out of the ministerial will be implemented in 2022, and that is available for member states perusal as well. Next slide. Keep going. Next slide. We hope that we will have continue our work under the I-10. I've mentioned how invaluable the work of the I-10 continues to be. So the idea is to look at continuing the grants that we've already been providing to the teacher fellows and other entities in the region. Next slide. Keep going. The scholarships, I think we skipped through scholarship. Our goal again is about 3,000 scholarships for this year. Hopefully, as we've done in other years, that we can exceed that goal. Within the Real, we'll continue our programs on exchange of good practices and experiences. Next slide. Let's see, the Development Cooperation Fund, I've already mentioned the 2021-2024 cycle and the programs that we'll be implementing. And let me make a shameless appeal again to member states who have not made their contributions to please do so, so that we can keep the fund capitalized in service of all member states. As I have indicated, the fund is pay to play, and we hope that more member states can contribute to the fund to realize its objectives. Next slide. In terms of cooperation and partnerships, we'll continue to work and to consolidate the partnerships that we've established in 2021 and the new partnerships that came from the third meeting of high-level authorities. We also want to get the offers of cooperation that were made at the Cooperation Ministerial to be posted on Corporanet so that member states can have access to those cooperation exchanges. Next slide. And I think, Chair, I was not able to go into detail into any of those, but in the interest of time, I will stop there. Member states have the presentation, and again, we're happy to receive any comments or questions that you may have. And just to say that some of the programs that are underway where we are not serving some member states, we will begin the expansion, and that is detailed in the work plan that we've presented. So if you don't see your country represented there, it may be that we're simply working towards expanding the programs and projects as you've requested to your particular country or region. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, señora Osborne, por su presentación. Ya usted dio a las delegaciones.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne, for your presentation. You all states have the ability to address the Secretariat to make any kind of comment on this this plan. However, I do offer the floor to any delegations that would like to speak at this time. We give the floor at this time to Juliana Ines from the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you, Secretary Osborne. SETI had a tremendously fruitful year in 2021, despite the many challenges imposed by the pandemic. And we really appreciate the efforts that SETI and all of its staff made, staff and CPRs, to make it such a success. Thank you for that. It looks like you have put a lot of thought on what's to come for 2022, and we appreciate it as well. Cooperation and partnerships will continue to be the focus of SETI's work. Given the budgetary limitations, and I'm trying to rush as well, the budgetary limitations the organization faces, we think that the one SETI approach makes so much sense because it allows, among other things, to maximize impact and avoid duplication of efforts. My delegation looked and will continue to look closely at the draft work plan for 2022. And I would like to thank you, Secretary Osborne, and all of SETI again for the work you've put into it. We like what we see so far, lined up, all the priorities lined up for 2022. And again, thanks to SETI for all the hard work on this. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, U.S. delegation. Julie. I don't see any further requests for the floor at this time, and therefore, in view of the fact that we've received the document very recently, what I suggest is that we agree to consider it once again at the upcoming regular meeting, which will be in April, once delegations have a chance to read it in their respective languages. Since there's no objections, it is hereby agreed. Agreed. Now let's move on to the next item on the order of business. That has to do with the cycle of sectoral ministerial process of city. And to refer to this, I give the floor the head of the tourism sector of the Department of Economic Development, Mr. Richard Campbell. Mr. Campbell, you have the floor at this time.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everybody. I know we're fresh out of time, so I'm going to be as brief as possible. Chair, Article 8 of the Declaration of Paraguay instructs the General Secretariat to prepare the draft work plan based on the declaration and the action plans of the 4 CETO working groups created in August 2020 for consideration of the ministerial process in authorities. Chair, in fulfillment of this mandate, the Technical Secretariat of the CETO prepared this draft work plan in consultation with the chair of CETO, Jamaica. And the draft work plan will then be translated and forwarded to member states in the coming days. Chair, after consultation with the authorities of the CETO, the draft work plan is proposed to be presented at a meeting of the authorities of CETO and members of the TRICA on May 18, 2022. As is the practice, Chair, all member states are invited to attend this meeting. The Secretariat is requesting the city's approval to hold the planning meeting as proposed by the sectoral authorities on May 18. Chair, regarding the other critical dates in relation to the triennial cycle of the tourism ministerial process, the policy committee meeting to consider this draft work plan usually takes place up to 3 months after the planning meeting. Regarding the meeting of the Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CETO meeting, which will receive proposals for the 26th Congress, we anticipate that this will take place in 18 months after the most recent ministerial meeting, which puts us sort of around April next year, April 2023. And in terms of other critical dates, the city meeting, which will then consider the proposals of the CETO for the next ministerial process meeting, will usually take place 3 months after the CETO meeting. So that puts us into at around July 2023. No dates for the prep meeting, actual prep meeting have been considered yet with the next host, Ecuador. However, the prep meeting usually takes place 3 months, Madam Chair, 3 months before the ministerial meeting. So Madam Chair, very briefly, once again, what we are seeking here is the Secretariat is just requesting the city's approval to hold the planning meeting as proposed by the sectoral process authorities on May 18, 22. This is principally what we're requesting here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Ambassador, your mic is off.
Muchas gracias al señor Campo por su presentación.
Thank you, Mr. Campo, for your comments. We've heard the reasons why the ministerial process of tourism is keeping strictly to the calendar of the ministerial cycle of CETO. However, activities have followed their course, and both authorities of the ministerial process as well as the technical secretariat are ready to continue engaging in tasks and thus hold the planning meeting of the authorities of the ministerial process of the tourism sector virtually on May 18th, 2023. I offer to the floor to any delegations that would like to say anything and the adjustment to propose for the ministerial process. I see there are no requests for the floor. And so I can understand that CD agrees with the request of the authorities. CITUR and the ministerial as presented by the technical secretary. So there's no objections. It's hereby approved in accordance with the general provisions of the guidelines of the sectoral meetings at the ministerial level and high-level authorities of CD. As an exception, with adjustment to the calendar of the sectoral process of the tourism sector, so that the meeting of the authorities of the ministerial process meet virtually on May 18th, 2022. Hereby approved. We have concluded the items on the order of business of this session. But before I give the floor to the delegations, if there any delegation would like to bring anything to bring up any matter, I want to remind you that of the pending elections of the chairmanship of the Committee on Partnership for Development Policies. Given that we have not received any nominations for the chairmanship of the committee, I urge you to provide your support to this effort and thus consider nominating persons so that the election can be held at the next regular meeting of CD and for the activities of the committee to begin. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask any delegation whether they'd like to bring anything to the attention of this council, any other matter. I offer the floor. Saint Vincent and the Grenadines is recognized.
La delegación de San Vicente y las Granadinas solicitó el uso de la palabra.
Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, you asked for the floor. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. I apologize. There seems to be a delay with the internet connection. Taking into consideration this is any other business, I wish to bring a matter for the attention of delegations as a kind reminder that there is a vacancy for vice chair on the Inter-American Agency for Cooperation on Disaster due to the resignation of the alternate representative of the United States. And taking into consideration that this has occurred, the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines recently submitted its candidature for the vacancy of this position, and my delegation looks forward to the support from delegations for the election of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to this position. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor to raise this matter. And also we appreciate the efforts and what was done by the alternate representative of the United States, who was the previous vice chair to this body. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Muy amable por su presentación al representante.
Very much for your remarks, Representative St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Since there's no further matter to consider, we hereby adjourn this meeting at 1:23 p.m. Thank you. Greetings to everyone.